Roy.
Yeah, recording has started.
Okay. No, stop time. That's fine. Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session for January 10th, 2022. Welcome to a new year. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next up is adoption of agenda. Somebody want to make a motion for that?
Yeah, I will. I think it's correct. It's,
Want to second that?
Seconded as an article of faith.
He seconded. Call roll.
Trustees Young,
Aye.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
Lepore,
Yeah.
Mayor Murphy.
No, change that to no. Old business. 1A, enforcement of multiple dwelling law, awaiting additional information.
Yep.
1B,
Wait, can we, Tom?
Yeah.
Can we welcome Lou first?
okay. Welcome, Lou.
It's good to be here, guys. I'm very grateful for Tom's faith in me to appoint me to this position. I promised to work hard and earn it, and I am in awe of the amount of work that you do for it. And I know from the outside, I was often very cynical about public service and public servants. And now I'm coming to know better that it's in large part selfless work, and I appreciate serving at your side.
Thank you, Lou. We all look forward to working with you.
We do.
Thank you. 1A, that's waiting additional information. 1B, use of American Rescue Plan funds. Jerry, do you want to walk us through the staff's recommendations?
Sure. There's a memo dated January 6th to the Board of Trustees that Dan and I worked on for a little while. And then I think right around that time, Treasury sent out their final rule. So we reviewed that and looked at what we had talked about. So we have potentially, and I may have hinted at this a little while ago, but 2 grant programs that we're asking the board to consider. One for displaced workforce and the other for affordable housing in the village. I envision the affordable housing as 100% affordable housing and providing property owners with the potential for some either seed money or offset money in order to help with that. Displaced workforce initiative. There are several groups in our community that work very hard to try to keep our unemployed or underemployed in the job market and maybe improve with training and more opportunity. So we wanted to present an idea of having a $100,000 grant program for that. Then there's food stabilization. There's one quite effective, very active entity in our village, but then there are others that help with distributing food to the poor and the needy, people who need it, people who have lost their jobs. So there would be a $50,000 program to feed your neighbors. And of course, area churches would have the opportunity to do that as well. Broadband infrastructure, I'm going to let Mr. Sarnoff talk about that because he's smarter than I am. And then the final one is that we're looking for, I'm sorry, the second to last one is the offsetting the sewer rehabilitation project. Of the $4.95 million grant that we received, we still have 1.6 that we need to kick in ourselves. So approximately 450,000 this round, and the 900,000+ next round would easily eat up all of that sewer grant match. And then the final one is something that the board had discussed without me present, and that was reinstatement of deferred salary increases for non-represented personnel. That's a small item. I believe the board has kicked that around, talked about that for a little while. And Dan, you want to talk about the broadband infrastructure a little bit?
Yeah, we discussed, trying to enhance and make available broadband infrastructure to residents living in the flood-prone areas of the village. Generally, that would be, between the Sheldrake and Mamaroneck rivers, and then between the I-95 overpass on Mamaroneck Avenue, that corridor all the way down to Post Road. And then we also envision making Harbor Island Beach, bringing some broadband down there. It's been an ongoing demand. I think not this board, previous boards have asked us to try and find a solution to bring free Wi-Fi down to the beach for the residents who partake in the beach during the summer.
I believe part of what that broadband infrastructure would cover was, shortening the digital divide. I mean, we had Meg Kalfa come in here last year and talk about the digital divide in this community and how there's a lot of families who do not have the ability to access the internet at home. And can you imagine having a kid try and do their homework in this day and age without the ability to use the internet? It would almost be like handcuffing that child intellectually. So I'm happy to see that there. Just for folks who are watching tonight, this is the American Rescue Plan Act funds. This was passed by Congress in the beginning of the Biden administration. This allows communities who have been affected by COVID to have some recovery. It also allows for economic stimulation. We luckily did not have a huge shortfall in our revenue during COVID, thanks to good planning and people paying their taxes. But we made some cuts anyway, just in anticipation that might happen. But we were happily surprised that it didn't happen. So hopefully we can use this money, as Jerry said, as seed money to make the community a better place to live and a fairer community. Anybody else on the board have any questions about what the staff has presented to us?
I'd like you to walk through what the grant programs are, and I don't understand the amounts that have been allocated from the village and how that works with the grant program and what happens in the future.
So the grant program will be established by us if you think it's a good idea. I'm not going to set up a grant program with a criteria scale or anything of that nature if you don't agree with the program, the objective of the money, and the amount of the money. So if you do, we could easily put together within a couple of weeks a grant program to present to the board.
This is for the affordable housing and for the displaced worker initiative.
Correct. And then the food stabilization, which really isn't that much money. I do want to say, Mayor, that Mr. Sarnoff was good enough to poll the other communities, and except for spending every penny that they're getting on infrastructure or the sewer, water, roads, this is very outside of the box thinking. This is to my knowledge, I don't think anyone in Westchester that we've spoken to is doing something as innovative as this.
Now, and what I like about it is that it's an opportunity to actually have positive impact on the lives of people in this community who need a hand. And that might be the only time in our elected capacities that we have the opportunity to do that.
That we could do it. So if the board feels that these numbers and the idea and the initiatives seem digestible, presentable, we can move forward with some more detail and more discussion. We have quite a few months. We have several months in order to put this all together. So we're in good shape. We don't have the deadline of the end of January. We are an April deadline.
I just have a couple of questions. Initially, we thought we wouldn't do the sewer use this for any sewer rehab, but I guess because of the matching grant, it's appealing to do that. Is that the change?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then in terms of broadband, I think it's, I think it's a good idea. And I think if as long as it's fair, but this seems to fall within the guidelines, it's hard to pick one neighborhood to improve, but I think that it falls within the guidelines. It occurs to me that as we implement this, those census tracts also are places where we have, incentivized developers and TOD. So we might want to be sure that when we're having like a for-profit developer, not necessarily an affordable housing developer, but a for-profit developer develops something that they support our initiative and help the community with broadband.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. You're right.
And,
Yeah, that is a good point. We could have a broadband fund.
Yeah.
Have a recreation
we
fund.
have the recreation.
Yeah, I think the original TOD had the revitalization fund as well. And I think there's something like $175,000 in there right now.
But I guess,
What can that be used for?
I don't think there was any sort of regulation. I'd have to review the local law. But it was, to kind of, help foster projects, to revitalize, those areas, especially the LMAs in the village.
and it seems to me like if developers are building market rate housing, those occupants are going to be able to afford. So
Agreed.
subsidizing that isn't such a practical thing for us to do. And then my last question is, and I think, it's not a lot of money and we can do it. We don't need to rely on these funds to do it, which is the deferred salary increases that we voted on our last meeting. It doesn't look like that's part of the criteria for this. Like it doesn't fit into the category. So it might be something we just do out of another fund. I think we should just take a look at that. It just didn't seem to jive.
Jerry, does that fit into the category?
Our interpretation is that raises were offset because of the pandemic. And so this could go for that 1% that wasn't, issued, that typically is issued.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. And I think
I
It's a
think
small
that-
amount.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I didn't see how it fit into these funds.
Well, I think that the genesis of this topic was based on the survey I conducted of other municipalities, and one of the municipality responded that they were using ARPA funds to reinstate salaries for non-union personnel that were cut as a result of the adoption of their 2021 budget during the beginning of the
Yeah,
pandemic.
no, and just because other people are doing it doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's okay. And I think it's something we all want to do. Just maybe a different, I want to make sure it's the right
Yeah.
funding. That's all.
Yeah. And then Dan and I did talk about potentially breaking up, instead of just sewer, water and sewer, but the sewer, let me put it this way. we own the sewer system and the sewer infrastructure, so I didn't want to necessarily potentially allocate money to something that's really not, that's run by the waterworks department
Okay.
or the joint waterworks, so.
Yeah.
So we left that out.
I'm not, I'm sorry.
I just want to catch Lou up on a couple of things. One of the things that we mentioned before was a recreation fee. Years ago, the Village of Mamaroneck started charging to every new unit that was added to the community a recreation fee. I think it was $8,500. And it went into an account, and that account now has an excess of $400,000.
Okay.
So I just want, because I think it's important that you know that background as we move forward. And as part of the salary, what Nora was just commenting on, during the year of COVID, the first year of COVID, in the first year of the time of COVID, we were, worried about, finances going
Understood.
forward.
And you deferred some salaries.
We defer,
Yeah.
instead of giving a 2% raise
Yes.
to non-represented, we gave a 1% raise.
That seems fair. Nora's point about does it fit the federal criteria may be on point. I don't
Yeah, it
know.
might be,
I
but
don't know.
either way, we should do it. I think she's right.
The thing that interests me the most and kind of delights me is the affordable housing portion of it, and that and I'd like to get more of Jerry's thoughts on that. I mean, is this something we could use for individual homeowners to help them maybe upgrade and flood proof affordable housing in the flood zone?
No, so the thought, Lou, that we were looking for was if an individual owns a property, it's a 2-unit property, and it becomes a 100% affordable housing, both units are affordable housing, they would potentially qualify for some of the grant money based on how we break it up. It's not a $100,000 award. It could be 4 $25,000 awards to help them, convert that and offset the affordable housing component of renting out their units. It could also be potentially a larger amount for an entity that just focuses on affordable housing and builds affordable housing units. It's not necessarily a program for homeowners to help rebuild their property, because I think that we're looking at the NRCS doing that with the DEP, the DEC soon, where there's grant money at the state level to be able to do that. And our contribution, instead of 25% to help these homeowners
Be 2%.
flood proof their house or purchase their home and level it to create so that it doesn't, flood again and they would move, is 2%. So there's other opportunities for that, not necessarily this. This pot's a little bit smaller for that kind of investment.
Understood. Because there are a lot of unoccupied affordable units in the flood zone. I mean, it's just
Yep.
amazing.
But just let me point out something, that affordable unit is a legal term of art. And, it isn't like, hey, I found this apartment and it's affordable to me.
Yeah.
It's based upon, the county has criteria based upon people's incomes and the prices you can charge that would be affordable. Usually it's below 80% of the median county income.
Great.
Okay.
And it can go substantially lower.
Yes.
And we would have to partner with an organization
It does affordable housing.
that's affordable housing, because we don't have the bandwidth. I mean, we certainly don't have the bandwidth to be developers, but we also don't have the bandwidth to be managers of it, because there's a very formal process for when those units are marketed.
Yeah.
Because they're now they need to be, I think that the county is currently defining in perpetuity for 99 years.
Mhm.
So when a tenant or an owner changes, there's a marketing process. So we have to be able to work with usually a nonprofit that manages that part too.
Or or also the town, the town, we gave our ability to manage the HUD funds to the town years
right.
ago. And the town manages the Hummocks Park Apartments.
Yes.
So, an entity like that might be the way to go too. But, in my view, it's it only matters if it's an all affordable unit, and all affordable units
Yes.
are able to dig deeper into.
Although I would say that having done that Lula class last fall and early winter, there's been great success with combining deeply affordable and market rate. And like a good case in point is the Reader's Digest property, which is bigger than anything we have in the village. But those higher end units are able to do some offsetting. So I think we have to think about that too. Like we can't be, I think we can't just.
Yeah, but you have to have a pretty big project to do
Yeah.
that. And the city does it on a minimum of 20%.
I mean, but I think we can't just say it can only be 100% affordable. I think we have to be open to thinking about other solutions.
I just want to note that I don't think Victor's on the call anymore, so Augie, note that.
Right.
Dan?
I still am concerned that I do not quite understand. Jerry, is the concept to give a grant to individual property owners? Is that where what you're thinking is for specific?
No,
specific action?
for entities that would create affordable housing with a rehab project or a new building. That was the envision. That's what we envisioned.
Like if Washington, the Housing Alliance said, hey, I got this 2-family house that's in bad shape. We want to do it over and we're going to make both units completely affordable. That's what you say, right?
Yeah, they have several of them in and around where I live and in other places throughout the community.
Yes.
Those kinds of, those are kinds of properties, getting properties, rehabilitating them and making them affordable units based on the percent criteria that the state provides.
So
Let me point out something here, is that what we're talking tonight is the staff has given us some very good ideas, and what they want to know is, are we willing to move forward with those ideas? They haven't fleshed out all the particulars of those ideas. But as Jerry pointed out before, they're not going to, spend a couple of weeks working on something to if you don't like the concept.
Yeah, there's no appetite.
I also want to just I think what Dan is getting at is the sentence that said it is envisioned that it could be used to help property owners improve their homes for the purpose of creating and fostering affordable housing. And that's probably not exactly what the intent is. That may be where the disconnect is.
I guess we fix that when we write the plan.
Yeah.
My concern is how do we get around not being able to give money for private, property improvements? And I think that's part of the issue of how we do that. So that's part of my concern of how to implement it so it can be meaningful. I also would be very concerned if this is not aimed at the 40% level as opposed to the 80% level, because that is the hardest hit in the area that needs the most in terms of affordable housing. Excuse me, Tom.
It wasn't me,
It was
Dan.
me. I'm sorry, Dan. That was me talking.
I apologize. The issue becomes there has to be, the question is to be meaningful. It's not a lot of money and you can't do a lot with that. So the question then is, what are we, where are we most concerned and where do we want to try and help in that? So if we're going to do what, at the 80% level, I would be very concerned about that on affordable housing, but I'll stop there and let Lou comment about affordable housing. Then I want to go on to some other issues.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't, I'm not, the format's new to me, so I violated protocol there. My feeling is that that I'd like to go forward with affordable housing, the sewer rehab if we need it, and broadband. I think food resiliency may be redundant given the robust activity from the hunger task force that we've seen. I don't know. We need to do that.
Okay. So a couple of other things that are my checklist here. you know, if we're gonna, I don't understand the concept of the workforce incentive. Are we, Jerry, are you contemplating that this is something we set up, or we're partnering with some other program or somebody else to run a different type of program for initiatives of training?
Both number one and number two, it's something that we would use this money as a competition. They would present their plan to us. We would rate that plan, and then we would provide them an award based on the plan. We wouldn't be doing any of this work. This is just money that would be
Okay.
set up in a grant competition.
Okay. You know, I agree with Lou about the food stabilization program. He probably said it more eloquently than I. But in its place, one of the things that we keep passing over and is on our agenda to talk about later on is the river gauges in a warning system that will affect many more people than any of these other programs, you know, that have been suggested would. And I think that type of thing should be more of a priority. You know, based upon the old figures, it was $50,000 for 2 gauges, but that's not with a warning system. And, you know, if you would tie that to a warning system, you know, I've heard it could be, you know, as much as $100,000. I would think that would be a much more meaningful and tangible thing to do with this grant money that would affect a lot more people and have much more beneficial results, you know, even with the core program. On the broadband, again, don't understand. We would create, we would pay for creating a Wi-Fi system for an entire area. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
And what happens after 1 year?
It would be an operating cost.
Say again?
It's an operating cost after 1 year. The infrastructure is built, and then it's an operating cost.
I think, you know, I understand the concept. I'm concerned about understanding what the ongoing requirements would be in relation to our budget issues and what our priorities are. So those are my thoughts at the moment.
Okay, the question actually before us is, are we willing to have staff? Let's just take the food stabilization out, because I think that the food pantry has really done their job there.
Okay.
Let's take that out for a minute.
Okay.
The question really is, should staff explore all of these other, you know, potential real opportunities for this community? So we need to have a consensus of whether they should move forward or not in the exploration. And this isn't that we're saying, oh yes, this is you know, definitely the end game, but are these topics, are these headers areas that we want them with the exclusion of the food stabilization program to move forward on? And I think it's a good idea. Nora, what do you think?
Yeah, I do. I'm a little, the displaced workforce initiative, I'm still a little vague on. I'm not sure how that would shake out. And, you know, I think in some cases, businesses that were displaced have really closed, and we've lost a few businesses to COVID. You know, it's late for that. So I'm not sure how that would work out. And
This is workers, not the businesses.
I do think, well, it would be. I mean, that's what I'm not, that's what I'm not understanding. What
We would solicit presentations and ideas from entities that have proven to help with that, to see how they would use the money.
Okay, all right.
And then we would rank them. Yep.
Right. Oh, cool.
Basically, we would be finding an organization who would.
Yeah.
The money, we're not the source of day-to-day operation.
And then I also think in terms of the broadband, we should, you know, bundle it with something related to developers and figure out how to factor in the maintenance cost for it. So it doesn't become a budget item for us, it becomes like a self-funded item.
Lou, you all right with those?
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds very, very good.
Dan?
I don't mind exploring some of these things. I agree that the fluid stabilization be taken out. I would like to see the river gauges put in to be explored. I can't think of anything that would affect more people faster than that.
I'm not saying we shouldn't, but we should see if it fits into the criteria first. But I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but
The question, but I think it fits the criteria. That's part of my issue. I think it does. And I think if we're asking staff to explore things, that should, in my mind would replace the fluid stabilization program. And,
yeah.
What we need is more numbers. The workforce initiative concern I have is how this interacts with other county and state programs that already have these in place. And I don't want to get in competition with their competitions.
Yeah, well, let's just see how it works out. All right, you're 10 steps ahead here. Lou, what do you think?
And Dan, I wanted to ask that, the river gauges, I mean, it sounds great. I'm worried that we would buy something and then the Army Corps is going to come in and just rip it all out.
It wouldn't be with the Army Corps. It's I can't remember what the other agency is.
Yeah.
But if we're exploring things, we should be exploring them. We're going to have flooding in the future. Unfortunately, that's a given. The question is trying to let people know early enough in a warning system, and the river gauges was one part of it, but what was not tied to it was what do you do with the information, whether it tied to the fire horn or whatever else, to give people a real warning of what is happening so that they can be as prepared as possible. So
isn't this an upstream problem though? I mean, shouldn't the county be doing this?
Yep.
We are the downstream recipient of all of this, and what other people should be doing. I could say that for every one of the things that's on here that there are other agencies that should be doing. So I wouldn't take that approach, Tom.
I also think that those gauges can provide data for the Army Corps, which they're still looking for. So I think that's a conversation to have with the Army Corps. I mean, I think
why don't we take out the food stuff and look to see if the gauges could be paid for by this program, and have staff work along those lines so that they have the guidance here of how to proceed, and then they can come back with us with more particulars.
We can
Okay,
do that.
so we have a consensus for that.
Yes, yeah. It'd be nice to know if the Army Corps thinks it would be helpful.
Yes, we should run it by the Army Corps too, yeah.
I think we should just be thankful that we have the ability to use this money for good and not to make up some gaps,
I agree.
Instead of evil.
We're going to use it for evil, but we're not just replenishing.
I'm only kidding. Yeah, we have a chance to actually do things that help people, to make people's lives better. And I applaud the staff for thinking along those lines.
Right. Thanks.
Use of American 2B, 2C, we're waiting for guidance from the New York State Attorney General.
No, we have it.
We had it, we got it?
It's the letters there, basically. Well,
I think we have it.
we have a letter and a decision.
Bob?
and I think it's Bob can better explain it than anybody else.
That's correct. You recall, I had brought to your attention an old Attorney General's opinion saying that the board could not change that authority to itself. And I explained that I thought it was inconsistent with the law. And you asked me to ask the Attorney General. And the Attorney General came back and said yes, and cited a case from the Appellate Division 4th Department that agreed with my analysis. So the answer is that you can go forward with shifting the mayor's authority.
Bob, are you okay? Your voice sounds funny.
I have
Excellent.
really bad cold. Thank you for noticing, Dan. Waiting for my COVID test to come back.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Anything can we do to help?
Make the meeting
Not
short.
ask you questions, I think would
Thank
be
you,
one of them.
We're all getting pretty used to those.
We're walking wounded here.
Yeah.
All right, well,
So the opinion is that the board can change, but that's not what's being suggested, is it?
well, there was members of the board who want to do that. I strenuously disagree. If, Lou, let me point it out, if that had been the case, most probably would not have been sitting here tonight. This is a power that village mayors have in every other community in the state of New York. As I asked at one meeting, why are we different than all other communities? I think that in the process of me appointing you, I was approached by the village Dem chair, and they wanted to have input into the decision. And I think that that's a really bad precedent. I think that it just allows it to become more political. I think that, New York State put this responsibility into one person for a reason. And I don't see the need to do it. There's so many other things you look at our agenda that need to be done. This would require, so that you know, Lou, a permissive referendum. So not only would they have to pass a law, that law would then require village voters to vote upon it. Which, I'm grateful that the village voters would have a say, because I have a lot of faith in the village voters over the past 20 years. But I don't see why this should be done now. I don't see the need for it. And I think it's a waste of time. And I don't see why we should be the only community doing this.
All right, but I shouldn't take it personally?
It's not about you.
Okay, well,
This has been in
that's what my
discussion.
wife tells me.
Yeah, you shouldn't take it personally. This was in discussion long before you were, and I don't know that Tom is correct that you wouldn't have been a choice. So I think that's not correct.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Victor's not here. It was, I mean, just, it's Dan, Victor, and I had indicated an interest in this. Victor's not on the call. But, I would, I think we should wait for Victor, because we're not going to come to a conclusion tonight, because I don't know, maybe we will, but it was an initiative that Victor, Dan, and Dan were in support of.
Victor is very rarely on these calls anymore.
Well, I think honestly, he looked like he wasn't at home, and I don't know,
I tried to call him,
Yeah, well,
and it sounds like it's an overseas line. It sounds like he's out of the country.
Yeah,
this
that's what it sounds like.
is the job, right?
well, I know he had a family issue, and his family does not live in this country. So,
Oh, if anybody, may I speak? Or
Yeah.
if anybody cares, but I mean, my take on it is that it doesn't appear to be an urgent issue. We're going to have an election. The election's coming up, and unless there's additional vacancies going to open up. And it seems to me that sometimes some decisions shouldn't be done by committee. That's, because you got to keep moving. And so, somebody, the mayor's a mayor for a reason, I would guess.
Yes.
So that's it simplifies things. But that's just my take. I don't really have a firm opinion about it. It doesn't seem to be a pressing matter, but.
well, I think we have, we actually have two, we were supposed to have two referendums this past fall, but for whatever, which did not get to the County Board of Elections in time. So we're going to have to readopt those two local laws, I guess. I mean, I guess we have to readopt them. And this has to be adopted and ready to be sent to the County Board of Elections by July in order to get on the ballot, because with early voting,
Mhm.
starting, earlier and the need to get ballots overseas to armed forces. The deadline has moved from, I don't know, it was like late August to now early July to get any information to the County Board of Elections. So that is the only sense of urgency. Our deadline for any referendum issue would be.
There are 3 proposed laws to take away 3 powers that are made.
It just seems we got a lot of other problems, but that's again, I'm a latecomer, and we'll take it from there.
All right, so we don't have a consensus tonight. Rental registration program.
So we don't have consensus, so I think it should just stay on for the next.
It will.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we just don't
Rental
have.
registration program. Jerry? How are you making out with that?
So the rental registration panel met last week, and we looked at a model ordinance, and we looked at the concept of doing an inspection for rental properties that are registered annually to check on safety items, electrical items, make sure that floors, handrails, steps, all of those are in proper condition. And so we had members of the fire department, police department. We had the director from the CRC, and we had others on that panel that we met. And they want to move forward with the idea. So Mr. Sarnoff and I will scratch up some type of very rough draft model ordinance provided to our village attorney and deputy, and see how they feel about it, and then potentially present it to the Board of Trustees if there's still interest.
You look at what happened in Philadelphia recently, and in the Bronx.
Yep.
With these horrific fires, and I was very involved in a fire very close to me.
Yep.
And you realize that it only takes a second for people to be in peril and lives to be lost. So I commend you all for doing this. So you need some more time, right?
So I just want to know if the board still wants us to continue moving forward on the rental registration in concept so that we can proceed. If the board doesn't want us to do it, then we won't proceed. We'll work on other stuff.
I want you to proceed.
Okay.
Seems like a reasonable
Yep.
project.
I mean, I think it's probably going to be I think it's a very good idea. I think it's going to be an administrative load for the village, right? I mean, there's going to be.
Yeah, so it would generate fees, which would allow us to hire dedicated staff. That's how I did it in my previous. And it worked out well.
And it probably does run the risk of eliminating some very affordable housing. It may be unsafe affordable housing, but it probably does run the risk of eliminating some housing.
What we tried to do, with a demographic makeup of almost exactly Mamaroneck, except 5,000 less people, is that we tried to work with the individuals on improving the properties so that they could be habitable. And a lot of it was very minor stuff, nothing large. So we didn't lose any units when we did it. We just made sure that life-saving and other items, were working properly and in place.
Yeah.
We have an idea of how many units are involved in this village?
3,200 is the idea, not confirmed.
So, I don't have any problems with working forward on it, but I'd like to see a more concrete outline of what
I have that.
what is envisioned, so
Sure.
that we can get input early on rather than at the end of the yes or no.
Yeah. So I have that. I created it in my previous, and I'll be able to present it here.
Okay.
Yeah,
And why I have that, it's on a different topic. You were going to get us a schedule of implementing the new software program. I can't even pronounce it.
Unicity.
We'll get Cliff here at a at a meeting very soon.
Okay.
Cliff, our IT director, is spearheading that.
Yeah, no, I have no problems with it.
Okay.
What I'd like to do, though, is if you can provide in advance, a timeline, it would be very helpful. That would give us an idea where we are on this.
Okay, sure.
Jerry, you talked about making sure that everything's up to code and making sure that buildings have what they needed to save lives. And I could say definitively, if the smoke detectors in my building weren't working, and if there weren't working fire extinguishers, that fire that happened in my building would have had more than one fatality.
Yeah,
Because we were alerted by working smoke detectors in the hallways. So I also encourage anybody who's watching, it's the beginning of the year. I always change the 9-volt battery in my at-home smoke detector and carbon monoxide detector the first of every year.
Right.
Just so you know when to do it, right? You don't have to worry about the date. It's the beginning.
Right.
They recommend changing them every year. They recommend getting new units every 10 years. They are lifesavers.
we found, Mayor, extension cords that were inappropriate for space heaters and air conditioners. We found outlets that had, if you remember everyone knows the movie A Christmas Story, where he plugs the lamp into the wall. That's what you find, and those are the hazards that, unless someone's actually looking, no one will ever know.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So the board is fine moving forward on that.
Yeah, and I think I'm very glad that you had stakeholders talk about this, because it's
Yeah,
both the
that was
people who are
important.
gonna have to implement it and the people who are gonna be affected by it, understand that.
Yeah, and we're going to need them to help us once the details are set with the rollout.
Okay. Rental registration program done. Constant and intentional harassment of staff. This is a resolution that I rewrote and made it much more vanilla. I will read it. Whereas it's very short. Whereas the Village of Mamaroneck, since its inception in 1895, has been fortunate to be served by excellent employees and staff. Whereas the staff who currently serve the village, from the manager, department heads, and all the employees, are perhaps the finest public servants that Mamaroneck has ever had in its employ. Whereas these employees have gone above and beyond what duty demands during the last 16 months, so that should be amended during the COVID crisis. We're longer than 16 months now. Whereas some of these employees have been subjected to unwarranted criticism by members of the community. Therefore, the board feels it is imperative to voice our support for all of our employees. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Mamaroneck rejects the unkind invective that our staff has been subjected to, and voices our support, admiration, and appreciation for both our senior staff and all who serve our residents. That to me is as innocuous a support letter of our staff as I could come up with. I would hope that this could be on the board's regular meeting session in 2 weeks. I can't see any reason why not.
Victor had asked for an opinion from council, not from Bob, but from another council on this at our last meeting, and we haven't received that yet.
Yeah, Nora,
He asked for,
we got a verbal opinion from that lawyer, and we did.
I know we got a verbal opinion, and Victor had asked for an opinion in writing.
So we're gonna have to spend money to get Victor's opinion in writing, and Victor's not here. And
Okay.
Victor might not be here in 2 weeks.
Based on what the lawyer said to us, I don't think it should move forward, and I was trying to get the opinion in writing because I know you really wanted to move forward.
That is not what the lawyer said.
Well,
That is absolutely not what the lawyer said.
Tom, I disagree, and I don't think we should be talking about this in open session.
No, I'm sorry. When you're saying something that is controverted by the facts, that is just not what the man said.
He said it could come back to bite us. So, you know, that's all.
Read what I wrote
Tom,
and think, how could that come back and bite you?
okay, this is not the forum for this conversation.
That is not the case. This is exactly the forum for this conversation. This is about supporting our employees in the open where everybody can see it. Well, I don't suppose I have to, because I'm doubt Natchez is going to go for this.
I feel like I'm coming in late on a family fight.
Well, it's not a family fight, believe me. It's a board fight. I'll fill you in the background another time.
I think I get the outline of it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, Tom.
What, do you want to just hold it for 2 weeks, Tom, when Victor's here and Lou can be up to speed?
Yeah, sure. But it's sad to me. It's very sad. So river gauges, because we're skipping F because we're waiting additional information.
I'm sorry. Where are we now, Tom?
We're skipping F because we're waiting on additional information for zoning strategies,
Okay.
and we're going to G.
Can I ask a quick question about F though?
Yeah, sure.
So do we have a plan for getting additional information? I mean, do we want to I don't know that that's,
I thought we were waiting. Where's Jerry? Jerry's gone.
I got it. I was drinking
You drinking heavily?
soda.
I mean, I feel like that's a big lift for the staff. And I know the planners had done one memo on it, which was pretty inclusive. It wasn't just all affordable, it was fair and affordable across the board. Is there more? I mean, I'm happy to work on this with another trustee or some staff, but I feel like this is a very big lift for the staff, and we should find out either how long it's going to take them or what kind of help they would like.
Jerry, didn't Neil Desai volunteer to help us?
He did, and he was in between moving and getting settled in at a new firm. So I think he's done that. So he may be available for us to to work on some of this.
Neil volunteered to do it for free.
Pro bono work.
And I'm happy to work with him on that if that's of use.
Yeah, that would be good. We have to call it Planners Across Borders, though, because that's what he said.
Planners
Okay.
across borders, okay.
Yeah, he likes that name. He wants to utilize it.
All right.
So this is an effort that
It's
We
an
can take-
effort that I brought to the board to have more affordable units built in the village.
Yeah.
well, that's I would love.
All right.
Okay.
And you and Nora can work on it.
Is that okay, Nora?
I'll pop in from time to time.
Okay, great.
Great.
Yep, that'll work out good. I'll let Neil know.
So,
Back
so,
to,
so
Ayala
what,
call.
should I wait to be notified by somebody, or or be?
Jerry, why don't you email Neil and see where we are, and then put Neil in touch with these guys.
Yep, will do.
That's terrific. That's terrific.
No sweat. Thanks.
1G, the river gauges. United States. No, what does that stand for? United States what?
Geological Service.
Geological Service.
Oh,
Yes,
isn't it the same thing that Dan was talking about a moment ago? Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah, for obvious reasons that the board knows about, it wasn't able to get any work done on this the last couple of weeks. So, but given the direction we just heard from the board during the discussion on the ARPA funds, we can kind of combine those two items.
Yeah, you would fold it into that, sure, yeah.
Also, I think we should check with the Army Corps, you know, I think that, and maybe
Well-
that infrastructure fund that we have for that area. Funding source, although I think it's something we can afford to do. I mean,
I agree.
It's a good use of surplus.
What we were supposed to do and what we agreed to do at the last meeting was we were supposed to work or get in touch with USGS and regarding them and find out what was available in terms of technology and how that could be turned into an alert system as well as an information system.
Yes, and as Mr. Sarnoff just pointed out, we weren't able to do that because people from the staff were out sick.
No, I understand that. I'm not, nobody's accusing anybody of anything. It's a question of that's what we need to follow through on, just, very specifically.
That's what he will.
All right. But is that going to remain a separate item, or is that going to be folded into the previous use of funds effort?
Well, I'd like to get an answer at the next meeting, in terms of what's available, and then, yes, I think it gets folded in. So it's a dual track. It's from my view, but I'm open, to however it wants to be handled.
Smoking policies in public parks.
Batteries running low.
Review of proposed law to prohibit smoking in public parks. Right now, the Village of Mamaroneck smoking prohibition talks exclusively about tobacco. I guess at the time the prohibition was written, it was a given that you couldn't smoke marijuana because marijuana was illegal across the board. Could be smoking anywhere, even in your private home. But that's all changed. So it makes no sense to have a prohibition against smoking tobacco in the park, but then allowing people to smoke marijuana in the park. So this law would prohibit smoking in the park, which is already the case. It'll include both tobacco and marijuana.
And vaping.
Right, but it already includes vaping.
No, it's actually added, Tom.
No, it was in the original law too, I think. So it doesn't matter.
Well,
Lou, go ahead.
I don't think you're enforcing it now. People smoke in the parks all the time. I mean, and I don't understand why you would change a rule that you're not already not enforcing. And I think also it opens up problem areas because those of us who have vast amounts of private space in which to live our lives don't use the parks the way a lot of people of more modest means do. And the idea that a working class guy coming home from work gets off the train and stops in Columbus Park and sits on a park bench and has a cigarette, a cigar, is subject to fine or encounter with the police, I think is problematic. I think this is the kind of law that gets enforced against only certain types of citizens, and we're not them. That's my thoughts on it.
Okay. And to me, this is just, this is about, bringing the law into continuity of what's going on in society today. A lot of the reasons for this originally was, people smoking near the playground, people smoking.
You could say no smoking near the playground. You could say no drinking in the park. You could say no marijuana in the park.
No, I understand.
But
I
you
understand.
wouldn't ban all beverages.
I don't know if I agree with you on this one because part of the problem too was there was cigarette butts all over the park.
Well, that's littering. That's a different question too.
Okay.
I mean, my feeling, guy. I don't mean to, this is my first meeting, I don't mean to get on
Well,
the
you
soapbox.
should say what you think, bro.
But I see the parks and I see they have a whole list of regulations that are just ignored. I mean, park closes at 10 o'clock. It's not closed at 10 o'clock. Dogs aren't allowed in the park. People walking the dogs in the park all the time. Can't smoke in the park, but people do. So what are all these rules about if they're not enforced? And when they do get enforced, the person who has the enforcement is going to say, "Why did you pick on me?" And that's a good question. So that I think we could look at the park regulations and adjust them. Say, concentrate on littering, concentrate on illegal substances or stimulants in the park. Concentrate on your dog's got to be on a leash. But it seems to that we're passing legislation and not enforcing it, and it doesn't mean anything. That's my feeling. I don't mean to be.
Okay.
I think Lou raises a good question about enforcement. You know, do we want to enforce these laws or do we not? If they're not, then we shouldn't be on there, and if we do, we should. But I think you bring up even a more significant question as to whether or not some things should be allowed, but in certain areas. And I don't think we've really thought that through. I don't think we've thought through enforcing it and what's involved to do so. We just assume that things will be done, but they're not. And I think, Lou, you've pointed that out very well.
Thank you. I'd be curious to find out from the police department, when's the last time they wrote a ticket for any of those offenses?
You know, but they also a lot of times go by and just tell people, hey, you can't smoke here. The people put up a cigarette and they don't get a ticket. So, I mean, tickets are not always the gauge of enforcement.
Yeah, all right, I understood. But that's my feeling on it. I feel like it's coming down on people who coming down on the people who use the parks.
Well, you have a great point, and what I'd like to suggest is that we have the head of parks and the police chief at a work session and go through this. And
Let me just back up a minute.
Tom's rethinking his.
No, I'm not rethinking. I'm not rethinking how I feel. I'm not rethinking how I feel or not. But the point of this was, people can now smoke marijuana in the park legally, but you can't smoke a cigarette in the park.
But they do both anyway.
But we're talking about the law,
Okay, got it.
right? We're not telling you. There's a lot of murder is illegal everywhere. It happens.
I know.
That doesn't mean you don't say it's, you know what I mean? So I just want to point out that this was the quickest and easiest way to bring the new code of New York State into harmony with the Village of Mamaroneck code. And I just, right now, what part of the complaints were, people are smoking in the park around the kids, smoking pot in the park around the kids on the play equipment, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Can I,
But they can smoke a cigarette.
can I,
Yeah, sure, Nora.
so we did talk to the police chief about this early on, when we were talking about the opt-in, the opting out, and she felt that this law should be modified to include this. And I also, having, subsequently gone to some of the trainings, the NICOM training about how you deal with marijuana laws, it's clear that you have to deal with them in the same way you deal with smoking or bars. Like, you can't treat one substance differently if they're all legal. So I think we would, if we're going to ban smoking and vaping, we need to ban smoking marijuana. We need to treat all of those three substances the same way.
I agree with you.
And I'm questioning whether you should be banning smoking at all.
Well, but then I think that then that's a whole different conversation about whether we allow smoking in the park. And I think that's a decision that was something that was prohibited after public hearings. So that's a whole different conversation.
All right. I mean, I live in that part of town, and I've had the discussion with people who live over there, and that's the reaction I got. But you want to do it? Go ahead.
I think there are a lot of people who don't smoke who would want to ban smoking in the park. So I think, you know, it would be my suggestion that we modify the law as proposed to include marijuana. But if there's a desire to think about places, I mean, we modified some of the park laws regarding dog walking and allowing dogs in Harbor Island Park on a leash. So if there's changes to be made in certain areas, that's a different story. But I think to be consistent, we either need to repeal this law completely or include marijuana or prohibit smoking marijuana in the parks.
Well, I actually like Dan's idea of reworking the whole code for parks.
But that's not
Give
what,
me a year.
yeah, that's not what we're up to now. So I think
Right.
that's phase 2, but I think we need to deal with phase 1. This has been on our agenda probably for 2 months now.
Well, it caught my eye. I remember I mentioned it to Tom. It
Yeah.
caught my eye.
October, it was put on in
Oh,
October.
well,
So
okay.
Excuse me, Tom,
not very
if you can go to the draft, if you wish to continue with the draft, you have a problem on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the beginning of the 8th line, I think you need to put the word in or at the beginning because it doesn't read correctly.
Sure. Say it again.
If you go to the draft, which is the last page,
Got it.
of this, and you go to the 8th line, I believe, which starts with the word including pipes, which is crossed out. I think you need to put the word or in or something in because it doesn't read correctly.
Pipe or any smoking product or device. Use electronic cigarettes, vapes, or any other similar products that rely on vaporization or aerolization.
Now, if you start with the line above that, start with cigarette, cigar, pipe, or any other smoking producing product or device, or use electronic cigarettes.
Well, it should be or use of electronic cigarettes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to suggest that we need to.
Use of electronic cigarettes. It's not an or, it's an of. You're right.
May I just address that?
Yeah.
So it lists a number of prohibitions on different activities, and so it's smoke or burn tobacco, and then it's carry burning tobacco, and now it will include marijuana. So that's why it's divided into those different forms of actions, as opposed to it's not all necessarily one clause. So it's, you know, the second line as seen is smoke or burn tobacco, substitute or cannabis or concentrated cannabis. Then after the semicolon, carry burning tobacco, tobacco substitute, or now cannabis. And then after that, the following semicolon is use electronic cigarettes, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally it's or dispose. That's the last or. That's why it was written that way. But
Couldn't it be use of electronic cigarettes? Is it?
it's when it's read in conjunction with the prohibition language, it's shall not smoke or burn tobacco, use, you know, it's when it's in conjunction with the other prohibitions in the first part of the law.
I am gonna defer to Mark because his
wrote it.
his strunk and white is probably a lot more sharp than mine. I see Mr. Sarnoff is shyly putting up his hand.
He's been here a while.
Kylie.
Yeah, just for some context, smoking in public places is regulated by New York State Public Health Law. There's nothing in the New York State Public Health Law that speaks to smoking in public parks. The village had a law which allowed the manager, which prohibited smoking except for areas to be determined by the village manager for our parks. But the old definition of smoking, when the first law was adopted, marijuana was not a consideration at the time. Now I think that definition of smoking at the state level includes marijuana. So that's part of why this topic was generated.
And just to, so in the beginning of 260-3, which is the entire section on prohibitions, that section begins, the following acts are prohibited within village parks and no person shall, and then it has a number of activities. That's why it's written that way. It's no person shall smoke, use, carry, etc. That's why it's written that way.
Dan, are you okay for having a public hearing on this?
I won't object to, I go ahead with it. Let's see how it reads and how you have a hearing on it and see how people react to it.
Okay, so let's schedule, put on the agenda for 2 weeks, scheduling a public hearing.
For when? For
Well,
a month from now?
no, I don't, well, first you put it on the agenda to schedule a public hearing. You pick a date then, but usually it's 2 weeks out,
And do we need it to circulate it to anybody else, Bob and Mark, or is it
not a land use.
not a land use? Well, okay.
So it's on the agenda for 2 weeks
It's on the agenda, not for a public hearing,
Schedule public.
to schedule a public hearing.
to schedule a public.
Because you have to schedule a public hearing and then 2 weeks later you have the,
I got it.
unless as Nora pointed out, it's a land use issue, then you have to circulate it to the land use board, which usually takes a month and a half.
Understood.
Tree scholarships. This was an idea that I had in a section of our community, especially in Washingtonville. There is very little opportunity to plant street trees. There is not the grassy median between the street and the sidewalk that a lot of the community has, and sometimes there isn't even room to put grassy median. So they lack the street trees a lot.
Mhm.
So my idea was to take residents who are desirous of having a tree and having the village provide them with the tree and giving them a responsibility to care for and nurture the tree, maybe give them some training on how to do that. This way, it's almost like a scholarship program to get more green space down there. Because one of the things, when we passed a tree rule recently, and one of the things that the tree committee in their research talked about, in neighborhoods that don't have heavy tree cover, the temperature in that community is 3 or 4 degrees hotter than tree-lined streets.
Mhm.
And they don't get the benefit of the oxygen. They don't get the benefit of the aesthetic quality.
Mhm.
And especially in Washingtonville, they could actually benefit from the flood control of the tree and how much water it soaks up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I was looking to start some sort of tree scholarship and to begin the process and put some money in the budget to do this every year, to be discussed at budget time. But I need to know if there's a desire on the board to do this.
And I just want to let Lou know, that we can, because of the new tree law gives us the ability to do this.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the tree controversy with the
So,
curve.
My question, I think, I'm the liaison to the tree committee. I think this is a great idea. I think the committee for the environment supports it. I think the tree committee supports it. I just want to be sure it's something we're allowed to do. And I think Bob and Mark think it probably is. Is it worth getting an opinion on it, or do we think we can really do this?
Bob?
My recollection is we did ask for an opinion on this. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. The issue was this, that there's an old opinion from the Attorney General that says you can't spend village money to put trees on private property. But that opinion is about 35 or 40 years old, did not recognize the benefits that trees provide to the community that the mayor mentioned before and that are expounded on in the tree law. And the prohibition is not on spending money on private property. The prohibition is on using public funds to provide a private benefit. If the trees are providing a public benefit, even though they are on private property, in my view, that's permissible. but I think we're waiting for an opinion from the AG on that.
Oh, I think we, oh, did we? Okay, well,
I
that's
think
good.
he did.
And then like.
Mark, you recall?
We did not on this one. We had written, we had written that, but we can,
Oh,
if,
okay. I thought we had written it and asked, but okay, we can.
I mean, maybe.
What's the worst that happens? Worst case scenario.
They say, stop doing that.
Right, exactly.
They're not gonna rip out the tree.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, it's not going to be for trees in a backyard. It's going to be trees in a front yard, most likely. I mean, is that, right? That,
Where they can fit on the property. I mean, the tree is going to give, benefits to the whole community, no matter where it is.
What if we,
Homeowner have an obligation to keep the tree and tend to it?
But that's what we're going to put in the law if we
Yeah,
do.
okay, all right.
yeah, Mayor, what if we set up the program as we essentially buy a license from the property owner to put a tree on the property owner's property? And the consideration from the property owner is not only the ability to use the property, but the agreement to maintain the tree.
Mhm.
I don't think that would be objectionable at all, because we're buying the right to use somebody's property for a public purpose.
and then the
It's a very
village,
laudable concept. The question is getting the opinion to make sure that we're not on thin ice from, in this very litigious society. That's all.
Yeah, but my point is, what's the worst that happens anyway? You know what I mean? I mean,
They say, stop the-
if you have some trees planted.
so,
Well,
why don't we proceed with the plan to do this as we're asking for an opinion?
Yeah.
Because I think Bob's right. We're going to get the opinion that it's a public benefit.
And it's a flood mitigation, minor, but it's a flood mitigation issue as well. Yeah.
And it's likely to be in neighborhoods where we need trees. And neighborhoods that are affected by flooding. So why don't we proceed with both, like on a tandem track of getting the opinion so we have it and proceeding with figuring out a plan for it. So the
I'm
tree.
fine with that.
That's great.
Bob, can you do that post haste
yeah, and yes.
He has to get better first.
before you die of COVID? Get that letter.
Mark will work on it till I'm up to it.
We did smoking policy, we did tree scholarships. Oh, we're moving pretty good tonight.
Good. Speed bumps.
Speed humps. Okay. In my travels to and from the Bronx, I go about every possible conceivable route you could travel between here and the Bronx, because I like to break up my day. And I noticed New Rochelle, as you're going down Weaver, you turn past, where Cherry Lawn used to be. Cherry Lawn was a driving range that was in New Rochelle off Weaver.
Yeah.
And where that ends, all right, you came from Lawrenceburg. Where that ends, you make a left onto a street called Hillendale. And Hillendale became a cut through a lot recently, because if you go into the Hutch, Google Maps sends you that way.
Mhm.
And it's a really residential area.
And it's
So
wide.
it's windy, yes. And New Rochelle at first put out these rubber temporary speed bumps,
Mhm.
probably to check the efficiency of it. And they had two on that strip as you're going to the Hutch. And believe me, it wakes you up. If you're going too quick over that, you remember it the first time, you don't do it the second time. After a while, I guess they felt that it was working well, and they created a permanent speed hump.
Mhm.
Now, this isn't the bumps that you see
Yeah.
sometimes. This is like a law. You see them in the city all the time.
Yeah.
The city has them on almost every residential street now, and they really do a job of slowing down traffic, especially the people who are primarily speeding in our community. As Pogo said, we've met the enemy and he's us.
Mhm.
We're the people speeding in our community.
Mhm.
So if I go over that bump and I'm taking that street, 3 or 4 times a day, I'm not doing that again. It's just, it's Pavlovian, right? You know where they are. Now, like, when I was driving a lot in the city, I would just slow down without even thinking about slowing down because I knew it was coming up ahead.
And the bumps are not unpleasant if you're going slow enough.
If you're going slow enough, it's just a little, dip. But if you're going faster than you should be going, it jolts you a little bit and you're like, what the heck? So my thought was to buy a few of these temporary speed humps, to consult with the traffic committee to see where we're having the biggest, complaints, put some out temporarily, let it work for a while, see how it works. If it seems to be having the desired effect, put a permanent one there, take those temporaries out, try it in another spot that we're having the problems, and just go on and on and on like that. But I think it has, we get complaints, or at least I get complaints once a week about cars speeding, about, my kid, almost got hit by a car going to school. These guys go too quick. They drive like maniacs. And it's mostly us. So, I would ask the board to consider a pilot program of doing that.
I'd support a pilot program. I think that sometimes emergency services find them limiting. They need to get someplace in a hurry.
Yeah, I know. But New York City seems to have figured it out.
Yeah. So.
Well, seems like a good idea to me.
So could we ask staff to maybe buy, Jerry, do you know what I'm talking about?
Could do. I've installed them before.
It
They
is-
bolt in.
Yes, they
They bolt
bolt.
into the road. They're
they're
large
Not that
pieces
they're
of
like
plastic.
hitting the road, Jerry.
Yeah, yeah. So they bolt in, they need to be removed in the winter. I can tell you that. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've installed them in, I've installed them in streets as a public works manager. They're not very popular initially, but then, people move on to other topics.
What are hey, Jerry, what, may I?
Yeah.
What do the speed bumps do for snow plows? I mean, is that,
Yeah, the snowplow, Lou, will dislodge them. They'll send them flying.
no, but what about the permanent ones? Those,
Oh, no, the permanent ones can't be dislodged, so they go right over them.
oh, okay, all right.
They're just marked. You mark where the speed humps are,
Mhm.
but if they're the temporary bolt-in ones, they won't, they lose against the plow.
So can we get some of these so we can try them in the spring?
Yeah, we can purchase them, sure.
Thank you.
You have a street? Is it Rich Bell? Is Rich Bell the street?
Now, Richville, Richville's I wouldn't start there. But
I'm gonna put one on Stewart,
Rich Bell is an interesting street. It really is.
Why-
Well,
Yeah,
Why
well,
Stewart?
so I would need guidance on where you think would be a good place for a pilot program. Maybe that comes from the traffic commission.
let me talk to the chair of the traffic committee.
Okay, let's see what Robert says.
All right. The next item. But let's just, Jerry, you wanted to talk about the food scraps in executive session?
Unfortunately, yes.
All right, then we'll just hold that for the executive session. L, Independence Day fireworks and night out fireworks. As everybody knows, we have the best fireworks on the 4th of July of any community in Westchester County here. So there's a RFP for that, and not an RFP, a contract for the fireworks and also for National Night Out. Jerry, do you know what that is? You want to talk about that a little bit?
So we're trying to promote National Night Out as something that we do to improve community relations with the police department and our public safety volunteers and paid professionals. And so having fireworks has been proven to bring in a bigger crowd and make it more attractive for, the gathering of members of the community. The National Night Out has been a very successful program throughout the country. And while we tried to do it last year, I think we've had some aspect of a national night out in the past. It's something that is supported by our police chief. And this would be an ask to add fireworks to the national night out, which is typically the first Friday or Saturday in August.
No, I think it's a Tuesday.
Second?
Yeah, I think it's a Tuesday.
Oh, maybe it is. Let me see. Hold on.
I think it's
I
a
gotta
week.
look. Yep, it is a Tuesday. You're right. That's the second. That's actually National Night Out. So yeah, you're right. That is the date that Dan, did we pick that date with Chief DeRusa?
I have to take a look at the proposal that was sent over by the fireworks company. I can't recall.
It says the second on the fireworks because they may have, because that's actually National Night Out.
Yeah,
I
But
recall,
we may be more effective by having it on that Friday or Saturday evening.
I do recall that when we had originally broached the topic with our fireworks vendor, they were very familiar with National Night Out
Yeah.
and had done it in other communities, had a fireworks component.
Isn't National Night Out mean that the whole nation's doing it at the same time?
yeah. And it's the first Tuesday in August.
That was me. So I think we should do it when the whole nation's doing it.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Then, because if we're not doing it, then it's the Mamaroneck Night Out.
You know, that's, we seem to, like, we didn't do the street fairs this year. And we didn't do them in 2020 and 2019, they both got rained out.
Yeah, we all need a night out.
Yeah, I'm just like, what I'm wondering is, what happens? Is there an ability, like, if for some reason we're back in a COVID situation? Because I know, if we set, it's 2 sets of fireworks about a month apart, which sounds like a lot of fun. But if we're in a COVID situation where it's not really safe to gather, but we're not prohibited from gathering, what do we do about the payments?
We do about the fireworks, the commitment.
Yeah,
We push it to the next year like we did with this vendor in previous years.
and then we could just, like, as long as we can definitely do that,
Yeah, we need to make sure that we have that out, but
because I think it's just risky.
we were reasonable. They were reasonable with us last time. They were reasonable with us last time.
Right, but we were prohibited. Last time we were in the lockdown. This time we might not be a lockdown.
Trustee Natchez has his hand up for a while.
I have a couple of questions. Jerry, it says a small increase, but it doesn't say what the increase is. You know what the increase is?
It was, I'm trying to remember. It was, I think, 1,200. Let me check.
Oh, the increase.
Yeah,
It would be helpful in the future if we could have.
1,500. It was 18,000 last time.
So it's a little less than 10%.
Yep, a little less.
Okay. In the future, I think it's helpful to have that information.
Sure, I agree with you.
I have 2 questions though. How do we do this in relation to our procurement policy?
Fireworks is a professional service. You wouldn't want to put this out to bid and wind up with some firm as the lowest company who has 0 experience with setting up fireworks. So, we've used this company for many years. We couple years ago, we had a presentation from Grucci who wanted our business. They were charging more, they wanted to charge more, and they essentially said, well, we're Grucci. That was their rationale for us hiring them as opposed to the company we had at the time. But we can,
Dan, let me be clear. I'm not opposed to this.
Yeah.
But we have a procurement policy and we should be following it. And it says the lowest responsible bidder. And if somebody has an experience, doesn't have experience and doesn't have a track record, they're not the lowest responsible bidder or or a responsible bidder, period. So
But then the procurement policy doesn't cover professional services. That's how he started his paragraph.
Right.
And this is a professional service.
yeah, you have pyrotechnic engineers. This is this is not your run-of-the-mill operation.
We're not buying fence. It's a
Yeah.
different,
Right, they're buying gravel.
situation.
This is
I
purely what
hear you and my heart is with you, but I don't necessarily agree antiseptically that's correct. And I think we need to look into that.
Do you want to, but if you want to, if
What's it-
you want to change,
No,
you want
I-
to change the procurement policy to have professional services out to bid?
not rewriting the procurement policy.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem for us.
Yeah, we're not rewriting the procurement policy.
No,
This is the professional services. It's about understanding the procurement policy.
I think I understand the procurement
But
policy.
we wouldn't be having,
But let me finish, thank you. It's the question of whether or not, the interpretation that this qualifies is the question in my mind. Beyond that, I'd like to make sure that the contract has an escape clause for issues like COVID. And for the professional or for the night out, what other things have other communities done to make it more successful?
Some communities have had a car show. A lot of communities bring down food trucks. Other communities have had demonstrations, like equipment demonstrations. Fire department typically has put them on in the past. And really, it's the initiative and the intent is to attract younger high school kids, 20-something-year-old, so that the police and public safety can connect with these individuals, with these young people at a younger date. So they have these. That wasn't the question?
No, partially. I support the whole concept of it. What I'm trying to get to is what else has been done. In the past, rather than having it during a weekday, we've had it on a weekend with a rain on a Saturday with a rain date on Sunday. And that has attracted far more people in the past than not, and allowed a lot more connectivity of all ages with the our first responders, and I think that would make more sense. If fireworks, I guess, is an approach, but that means it has to be dark at night, which means you're not going to have much interaction with other people, in demonstrations, etc., unless you light up the whole place, and that defeats the whole purpose of the fireworks. So I think, while I'm not objecting to the idea, I don't know that we've thought it really well out as to how it interacts and makes it better.
All right, so you would attract the kids to the park around 2 o'clock. Attracting kids to the park early afternoon would give them the ability to interact, see the demonstrations, and then around 8:30, 9 o'clock, 9:15, 9:30, that's when the fireworks, and then at the end of the fireworks, it's over. Similar to the carnival and how it opens up, mid-afternoon on 4th of July.
I understand, and the carnival is an ongoing thing, and most people come for the fireworks at the end, not for the carnival. So if you're, what I'm suggesting is, I don't think the idea is bad, but I don't necessarily think it's accomplishing what we really want to accomplish, and I think we probably should think that through.
Okay. It's National Night Out. This is the National Night Out, that the whole country's doing. So it's not gonna be a weekend night. It's gonna be National Night Out. As I said before, we do it on a weekend, it'll be Mamaroneck Night Out. It won't be National Night Out. We won't be participating in that process. This seems like something that's a good idea. I understand you have reservations. Is there consensus to do this so that the staff can move forward? Rather than having these discussions ad nauseam, because we have a lot on our agenda we have to take care of.
I think
Yeah.
I think it seems fine. I mean, I understand what Dan is saying, but it is August. It's the middle of summer.
Yeah.
And it's like a second, it's like you getting ready to wrap the summer up. So I think it might be nice.
All right, so we have a consensus to move it.
Yeah, is it gonna be the same $19,000? Is it gonna be a more limited fireworks show? That's part not clear. The contract doesn't talk about how big the show is. That's one of the questions the vendor had.
Right. So either it's the same show as 4th of July, or we scale it down and we get a different quote. Basically, it's open so that we know what kind of a budget the board is interested in utilizing.
What are we asking for? A 4th of July, a 75% 4th of July, and a 50% 4th of July.
Okay, we can ask them for that.
Just see what he comes up with. So we have an array.
And then I assume that there'd be other activities in the park earlier in the day,
Yeah.
part of this.
Yep, there'll be other activities in the park. Recreation gets involved, police, obviously fire, they all get involved.
Okay.
All right.
All right, what we're gonna zip to is the new business that has to be on for the regular meeting tonight. You'll see that on your agenda. It's in bold. Variant audio recording system. I know the police department is very desirous of this. The system that they have now is not supported and is on its last legs. And this is a very important system, obviously, for the police department to record and properly store both radio transmissions and telephone calls coming in and out of police headquarters and 911 calls. Has everybody seen this?
Yep.
Yes.
Any questions, concerns about putting it on a regular agenda?
Are there other companies that do this?
This is the vendor that we've been using. They're on state contract. They're very happy with the product. I mean, I'm sure there are other companies that do this, but they've identified BEI and the Variant system as the preferred system for the.
The clerk treasurer wants to answer that too.
Dan, it's hard to go to another company because the data is encrypted.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Augie. One more time.
Go to shift to another company because the data is encrypted. So in essence, if you do get another company, you would have to have two systems on standby for the next 5 years, as long as you have to keep the data.
So, but this isn't the same company. This is a different company product. It's the same vendor, but not the same.
In the same company.
Wait till he finishes, Augie. Go ahead, Augie.
Dan, I'm sorry. This is the same company with a different piece of software, but their software is proprietary. And you can't transport that data onto another piece of software or another company per se.
I understand that, but we have software A, which is no longer in use, correct? I'm sorry, it's reached its useful life and it can't be extended, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this is software B, not the same software, not the same company, it's the same vendor. This is that is using a different software.
It's the same company. It's a Variant system to a Variant system.
I'm sorry, Dan, say that again, please.
So the reseller is BEI, but they're selling us a Variant system. which is when we purchased the last system, it was also a variant system. So it's like you go to the auto dealership, maybe, Bob's Autos, but you're buying a Ford. You buy a Ford 5 years from now from Bob's Autos. It's the same. It's the same vendor and the same company that they're selling us.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Anybody else have questions or concerns?
No.
I spoke to the chief about this. She says it's like a mission critical piece of equipment. Everybody fine for putting this on a regular meeting?
Yes.
Okay, great. Traffic safety items on for regular meeting. Extension of no parking area on west side of Heathcote Avenue, north of Prospect Avenue. Area I know very well. And extension of a no stopping area on Claflin. Has everybody had the opportunity to look at those in your packets? Any questions or concerns about those?
Does the traffic, it didn't seem to me that the traffic commission had weighed in.
So they did weigh in on the Heathcote Avenue item, on the Claflin Avenue item. The one property that's affected is the homeowner who's requesting it.
But my question on the Claflin is, I understand the homeowner is uptight or upset, and I don't blame them for, if ruts are going in their lawn. But all that does is move the cars further up the street to somebody else's property. Doesn't
Right, so
solve,
that-
I don't know how it solves the problem.
So the property up further from her, the next adjacent property up further from her has a stone wall, a concrete wall. So no one parks in front of that property.
And the one
Because
next up from that is the former mayor's, who has huge hedges in front of her house.
Yeah, and has that barrier. So what she's saying is she's eliminating parking, or she's asking for us to consider putting the no stopping in front of her home. And she's well aware that she is eliminating the parking ability for her guests in front of her home, but she can't keep up with the property damage and the tire tracks and the damage to the front lawn. So that's why she's asking for that.
Conceptually, I would like the traffic commission to weigh in on it.
Okay, I don't think that this is a big problem. The only people who really park down there are people who are using the park to walk the dog or during fireworks time. And I know I had a email from this woman during the fireworks time because she had people parked all over her lawn because this goes right down into Harbor Island Park.
Sure.
And it was pretty outrageous. And I think this is an easy fix. I don't think this is a traffic issue. This is a parking issue. And they shouldn't be doing, we shouldn't be throwing them all the parking stuff that we could do ourselves. It's just a dodge to not make a decision. Nobody who lives on Cloud, in a normal neighborhood, like let's say in my neighborhood, on Fenimore Road, or places with old apartment buildings that don't have adequate parking built into them, parking is at a premium. And you really, I would be concerned about taking parking away from residents, but I know on Claflin that's not the case. Nobody who lives on Claflin is parking on the street. You can walk up Claflin constantly and never see a car parked there. So this is just people who are coming in to use the park and parking on this lady's lawn. So I'm for putting this on a regular agenda. Nora,
I'm fine with it.
Lou?
I'm fine too.
All right, so there we go. It's on a regular agenda. Village residency requirement for public offices.
What about the Heathcote one? That's the one.
Yeah, the Heathcote one is really the fire department and
That's right,
the garbage trucks that go down the street.
The narrow roadway, yeah.
Okay.
Because and I know, exactly, this is outside of Kate DeHaze's house. And you can't get, it's a two-way street that if someone's coming the other way, you got to pull over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was reviewed with the traffic commission and they were in favor.
Okay, so I guess in the future, when the traffic commission's in favor, it'd be good to include it.
Okay.
I know
Okay.
they've been busy. I mean, I know they've been down a few members and meetings haven't been consistent, but
Yeah, I'm over. All right, so that's on the agenda. Village residency requirement for public officers on for regular meeting to schedule a public hearing. This would allow us to draw from the county list, from people who live either in all of Westchester County or Putnam or the Bronx, counties that are contiguous to Westchester. Jerry, is that right?
That's correct. And in fact, civil service will not allow us to appoint off of a list unless this is amended for our building department staff. And as some of you may know, Charlotte has moved on to another community, as well as Mr. Tom Glass, who they were both code enforcement officers.
Is Rockland considered contiguous?
I think it would be, yes.
Yeah, because I guess the bridge does that.
That connects them.
I mean, I had just sent an email today. I think that we have to change. I think that we have to 48.3 is village clerk, and clerk treasurer is the header on it. So we have to conform, we'd have to modify the law to conform it to include all these categories. I know we're repealing the law we adopted last year to expand the residency requirement for the court clerk and the assistant court clerk. So we're repealing that separate law, which is right below it in the code, and then putting it in this one. But I just think we have to change the header, and that's not reflected here. But that doesn't seem to be a huge change.
No, I don't even think that takes legislation.
Oh, I don't know. It's part of it's the code. It's how the code reads. That's all. I mean, that's
If I may, 48-3 reads residency requirements, and the 48-3, I'm sorry, Article 2 reads residency requirements. That's for 48-3 and 48-4. And for village clerk and village treasurer, that was taken out, and it was changed to, I'm sorry, residency requirements for certain village officers.
okay. Oh, I see.
Mark, there doesn't seem to be a definition anywhere in the code of officers.
That's because it's per the state laws. That's village office. That's what that's in there for. The requirements are in part from village law, and that's why it's not so defined in the E code.
It's New York State village law, not our village
Oh
code.
yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, New York State village law as opposed to the village code. Excuse me.
It also, who is an officer goes beyond what's stated in the village law of the state of New York. It's
Yeah.
a loosey-goosey concept. It has to do with whether you're exercising discretionary authority or not. So if we just said all village officers, we'd be introducing some ambiguity into the law that would come back to bite us, which is why we've defined particular positions.
And the other question I had was that, like, you provided other municipalities, some cite the village engineer, which I know we have a consulting engineer now. We're not a full-time engineer, but at some point we might have to change other too, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to, myself, Danielle, our HR director, have been trying to get some guidance from the county. And as I noted, they've been somewhat opaque in giving us any advice or guidance as to who's an officer, what can we have a more global law. So that's why as the law that's being proposed, we know the county would accept for the positions that we know we need to make some hires in the very short term.
I mean, this is time sensitive.
Okay, so let's put this on for the regular meeting. Supplemental appropriation to capital for dock replacement repair. This is work that has to begin in the spring, right, Jerry?
Does. And it's something that takes a little bit of a lead time to order. And it's really basically replicating the dock replacement program that we did last year, hence phase 2.
Okay, which worked out very well.
Yes.
And I understand that the price of material has risen as it has everywhere else. Okay. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
Yes. I have no problems with trying to or creating additional monies for improving the marina. Absolutely none. But I'm very concerned about using southern yellow pine as decking as opposed to composite lumber. It creates a long-term hazard for the village, and will. There have been lots of issues throughout the country with that, and people are switching to composite lumber. They're like anything else, they're good and bad. There are some really good companies. There are facilities in this harbor that have used that for over 10 years without problems. There's virtually no maintenance. You have southern yellow pine, lots of maintenance. The other is that the flotation, I don't know what is being used, but it should be at least adhering to the Hunt Dart test, which is the standard for the industry.
So we looked, the harbor master and I spoke today about using composite, and we would need an additional $45,000 to that quote in order to purchase composite.
And
So
the
we're looking
price-
at $100,000. And if that's what the board wants to do, of course, we're fine with that.
My concern is that if you have somebody who gets hurt or has a slip and fall, you're going to spend more than that. And yes, you'll have insurance for part of it, whatever. The other big thing is we are not in compliance with ADA, and that needs to be done.
So if we move to a composite and we continue to do that year after year after year, we're looking at an increase of on lumber alone of about 65% because the price of lumber and the price of composite. We have the money, the tax money's coming in and other money's flowing in. If we want to make the switch to spending more money and doing it as a composite, no one's against that except for the dollar amount that would be what the staff is asking the board to approve.
You know, we've had wood docks since time immemorial. I'm not really worried about a lawsuit for somebody falling in a wet dock. They could fall in a wet composite. I'm not willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more.
That's a value judgment of what risk one is.
Yes,
So, that's your prerogative, and that's fine.
Thank you for pointing out my prerogative, but you don't have to comment on it. I would like to know what the other board members think of it.
How much longer does the composite last?
Most composites, or the composites that we have been using, have can last 30 or 40 years. The big issue is, one, they don't warp, and they virtually never need replacement. If you replace, a couple of boards every couple of years, that's a big thing. But like anything else, it's a value judgment. We have to have people who maintain them over the years. We've been involved on programs of a more expensive initial capital cost to decrease operating costs. I think this is a good example of it.
Okay, we have to move this along. Is there consensus to put this on for tonight?
Yes.
Nora, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, but I also think if it's better, if it's better to use the composite and have it last longer, I mean, is that what? Is
I understand that, but the question before us is whether this goes on a meeting tonight.
not finished? Is the staff, would the staff prefer the composite and just, are they speccing the wood because it's less expensive? I mean, that's,
No, we prefer doing it the way we did it in phase one. That's why we presented it that way.
So we're gonna have some parts brand new with wood and some parts brand new with composite.
Right. And then it takes us a lot longer to do the composite because there's a lot of pre-drilling involved in the composite. But as far as maintenance, I mean, we have a harbor master, 3/4 part-time office assistant, and a laborer in the unit. I'm not sure if we can get more skeleton than that
right.
in maintaining what we have. We're not adding staff to maintain the wood. In addition to that, we are, we're the stuff that's there has lasted a long time.
So the staff is happy with wood. They don't prefer the composite.
That's correct.
Okay,
All
so,
right, we're done now.
okay, so it's on for a regular meeting.
And it is ADA compliant.
We have to make, so we have some sections of our marina that's ADA compliant. And then we need to, as Trustee Natchez says, we need to work on making the other areas of our, but we have some slips some areas that are ADA compliant. So.
Okay, I'm trying to get us into executive session on time.
Okay.
Just understand, on ADA, there's a 20% rule. So 20% of the cost of the project has to be put into the path of travel. And you have problems in that you're not in compliance with what we've done in terms of the separation of the docks. I don't want to get it, into a long discussion of it.
Okay,
It's a
we
very
already
serious
have- we're on to the next item. Intermunicipal agreement with Westchester County for bus shelters, which is on for the regular meeting. This is basically, we're allowing bus shelters in our community, and we get fee from Westchester County, which they derive from the advertising on those shelters. We have 9 of these, which in my opinion is not near enough. We should be putting more in, but that's for another day. I will put that on the agenda for another day. I'm sick and tired of seeing poor people waiting in the rain for buses. There's no reason for it. And it derives money to our community. The more we have, the more money we get back from Westchester County. But this is the standard agreement for the Westchester County bus shelters. Everybody fine with it? Yep. Nora,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Easy Pass applications on for regular meeting. Jerry?
We're doing our Easy Pass applications for DPW, which we use the most. We're adding a Parks vehicle because we now have to, we have newer vehicles. We're able to travel and pick up supplies and things of that nature. We also do a lot more stuff in-house. And what I did with the acting assistant general foreman today is go over each tag for each truck. We're not doing all of our trucks, but what we're going to do is monitor for 3 months to see how these Easy Pass units are being used. And if there's vehicles that are underused and not necessarily taking advantage of the Easy Pass, then we're going to return those items. What we don't want to do is we don't want to get into the problem of adding Easy Pass units to our vehicles. It's a lot easier, we're told by Easy Pass, to remove the Easy Pass and send them back than we are to add them to our account.
Okay, everybody fine for this on for regular meeting?
Yep.
Okay. I need a motion to go into executive session for the following items. The first item is executive session 105(1)(e) of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of Civil Service Law. acting general foreman and acting assistant general foreman to attend. Jerry, tell them 7:25.
10-4, I will. Thank you.
That's one item. Next item, village manager EEOC complaint against Board of Trustees. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of ongoing litigation, including labor counsel to attend. The next item is Village of Mamaroneck versus SIAD. It is anticipated the motion will be offered into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of ongoing litigation. Executive session C, purchase of village-owned parking space at Regatta Parking Garage. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to go into executive session. Item 105(1)H, the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss proposed acquisition, sale, lease of real property of the proposed acquisition of securities, real property. Okay. I make those motions.
Second.
Augie, call the roll.
Trustees, Young,
Aye.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Trustee Natchez, you have to recuse from the first item.
Second,
The first item. We're doing that first. Okay, I'll see you guys in executive session. Augie, can you get me on?
Yes. You're on. TV.
Oh, the world knows I have a bladder.
Mayor Murphy asked that I let you all know that the board is running late. They're still in executive session and they expect for it to end soon. Thank you.
Phone is on.
I gotta do this rigmarole over here.
Close the meeting afterwards.
Why did this guy wear a white shirt? Yeah, that's pretty white.
Okay. Who we have? on? Nora, me, him. Ooh.
Okay, we'll wait for Sugar. You gotta mute.
I think Dan,
No, wait a minute, I gotta.
Yours.
Yeah.
All right, I'm okay. You think Dan what?
I think Dan's on as an attendee. He's raising his hand. I think that's Dan Natchez.
Promote him. That's Dan, you say, Nora?
I think it might be.
It's it's a phone connection. I can't promote him.
Okay.
It's from a phone, I think. I see it. He's off now.
Yeah.
It's off. It's good.
I don't think we have, I just sent an email. I don't think the residency requirement is on for scheduling a public hearing on the agenda. I think we have to add it. It's not on the agenda I printed out.
You're right. So we'll add it.
Yeah, okay.
Aye. Okay, it is what it is. We're gonna start with what we got. Good evening.
Wait, Dan's calling me. I'm gonna just wait 1 second.
Okay. You're muted, Nora, you're muted.
He's talking to him.
That was Dan. He's been trying to call Augie. He can't get on. You're more skilled than I am.
Okay, what movie?
Who are you who is so skilled in the ways of science?
I don't know, what was it?
Monty Python? The Holy Grail? I used to work with a guy who actually could do the whole movie, every voice.
Oh, man. I went to see that.
Everybody under 45 knows that.
Funniest Broadway play I ever saw.
Can
waiting
you
for
pull up
trustee
Dan
Natchez.
Natchez and try to get him on? You might need the link. Thank you.
I'll give him another minute and then he can catch up.
Somebody tell a joke. Mayor, what flavor seltzer are you drinking tonight?
Jerry? I'm an original.
Original.
I don't like flavored seltzer.
That's all I drink. I only drink soda when I'm here because, you know, I get away with it.
I haven't had a regular, anything, I used to drink a lot of Diet Coke. I haven't had one in 7 years.
Wow.
All right, I'm gonna start. Good evening. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees meeting for the 10th of January, 2022. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Just to close the work session. I
Pledge
pledge
allegiance
to the flag
Of the United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Thank you.
indivisible.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before I open this meeting, I need a motion to close the work session that we just ended a little while ago.
So moved.
second.
Okay, Lou, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Now I need a motion to open this Board of Trustees meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
We need to add an item.
Yeah, how we do that is through, I will add an H and I as we go through.
Right, so let's adopt it as we're going to amend it.
Yeah, we vote on that amendment,
Right,
Ed. Okay. So you need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
second.
Call the roll, Augie.
Trustee Young,
Aye.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Aye, yes.
Murphy.
No. Communication to the board, round one.
Mayor,
Okay.
you have presentations first.
Oh, Jesus, thank you. Thanks for reminding me. Tonight, we are going to give a nice remembrance to people who served on our boards and committees and who are leaving their volunteer work of the village, many of whom will go on to other volunteer opportunities, either for the village or for other not-for-profits in the community. And tonight, I'm just going to read out their names, the members, boards and committees who are retiring, as it were. Begin with Abby Roberts from the Zoning Board of Appeal, Larry Cohen from the Board of Architecture Review, Athena Makish from the Board of Architecture Review, Jefferson Megan from the Board of Ethics, Michael Newgard from the Board of Ethics, David Salco from the Board of Traffic Commissioners, and he was the chair, Lucia Tatavito from the Board of Traffic Commissioners, Karen Klingman from the Board of Karen Klingman from the Board of Traffic Commissioners, Sharon Torres from the Board of Traffic Commissioners, Shannon Purdy from the Board of Traffic Commissioners, John Campbell from the Budget Committee, David Styler from the Committee for the Environment, Maria Corsu for the Committee for the Environment, Jacqueline Mayer from Arts Council, Heather Capel from Arts Council, Carrie Nelkin from Arts Council, Violet Usida Linder from Arts Council, Paul Ryan from the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee, Maria DeRose from the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee, Andrew Maggio from HCZMC, Seamus O'Rourke from HCZMC, Martin Hain from HCZMC, John Verney from the Planning Board, Randy Rabinowitz from Recreations and Parks, Manny Ennis from Recreation and Parks, Dan Magocius from Recreations and Parks, Wendy Zolan from Tree Committee, Sean Gormley from Tree Committee, Henry Davis from the Marine Education Center, Brandon Lewis from the Marine Education Center, Eddie Gottman from the Marine Education Center, and Carolyn Jaram from the Marine Education Advisory Center. We thank all of these folks for their good service to the village. We wish them well, and I'm sure many of them will find other volunteer opportunities for the community. Thank you all very much for everything you've done. You should receive a remembrance from the village in the mail, suitable for framing. The next up is communication to the board. First hand up is Hillary Short. The time limit of 5 minutes. Ms. Short. Or can you promote?
No, you have to promote me.
I have to promote you?
Yep.
Well, I'll just do it. Or Hillary, unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Hilary Short and I live at 151 Fenimore Road. Welcome, Lou, to the trustees. I'm looking forward to engaging with you, and I already liked what you've had to say. And thank you, Jerry, for all the forward-thinking suggestions you put forward. I had a few things. One, when is the crosswalk at Prospect and Fenimore going to happen? Two, when is the dog park at Harbour Island going to happen? And three, I know I sent you all an email. I'm very concerned about this Life Church New York going in at the CVS. I did do a little bit of digging. The pastor has done an information thing on Instagram, and it's really interesting that he has had 3 previous locations in New York State, I presume, that haven't worked out. And this is his long-term permanent location that he's been looking for 10 years. And he promotes it as having 500-seater auditorium, and that we have 500 free parking spaces on offer behind and in front of it on a Sunday. And that there is a kids section, which I don't know what that involves. I did look at the church. It was started in Tennessee by this couple that were missionaries in Kenya, and that I can't find much about Wayne, our pastor, except for that he just had a nice time in Park City. And I just feel very concerned because I live in the building where James O'Keefe lives, and we have these non-profits, and we don't have regulation in New York State where non-profits have to say who their leaders are. And that's how somebody like James O'Keefe slipped into our community. And it's really weird that this place has located now in Mamaroneck and is hoping to be in New York City, but somehow they couldn't manage anywhere else for the last 10 years, but they've ended up in our community. And I know Mamaroneck's nice, but I think there's obviously another reason for that. And I know I'm probably, very unpopular that I'm questioning this thing, but I come from Los Angeles, where we had a lot of these sort of religious groups, but they weren't allowed on high streets. They were in, they were out in industrial parks where they could have all their parking, they could have all their events, they can do all the stuff they do. So I guess we just don't have zoning laws against non-profits opening up on our avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Jerry, just quickly, is there any information on the dog park and on Fenimore Prospect?
So Fenimore and Prospect, we can reach out to Matt, accommodate on, I think Dan has that, but as far as the dog park, I had to put that on hold because of the flood and now the $17 million or so that we're trying to recover from FEMA right now. So that's more of a,
It's still on the horizon.
oh yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
With,
thank you.
Dan, on the Fenimore.
yeah, we received the surveys for the area in mid to late December. And our traffic engineering consultant, Mr. Carmody from AKRF, is currently working on the design. We hopefully should have something within the next 3 to 6 weeks, but I'll confirm the timing on that.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
The next up, Glenn Tippett. No, I gotta do that, right? All right.
You want me to do it?
No, I'll do it. Okay, Glenn.
Good evening, trustees. Trustee Young, welcome. I hope you enjoy your first meeting and are welcome with open arms.
Thank you.
I watched the work session. One of the topics was smoking in the parks. I have already FOIA'd to see if any tickets have been given out basically in the last 2 years for smoking, which I doubt. I think the point that Trustee Young was making is we don't want to turn the smoking law into an excuse for Terry stops. If you're going to have a no smoking law, number one, it should only be enforced upon receiving a complaint. And number two, the only enforcement should be that the person should be told, please put out your device, you're not allowed to smoke. It shouldn't be used as an excuse to identify anybody in a Terry stop. You shouldn't be getting a ticket. The only reason to give a ticket is if there's a refusal to stop smoking when approached by the appropriate figure. But what people don't want is people don't want to be smoking and having an encounter with a police officer where it's used as an excuse to identify to see if there's any warrants on the person. That is the biggest bugaboo that you have in minority and working class communities. So you can adopt a no smoking policy, put up all your signs and such, but as enforcement, number one, unless somebody actually has a complaint, shouldn't be going out looking for smokers. And number two, if there is a complaint, the only thing that should happen is somebody goes down, identifies themselves, says there is an ordinance, please put out whatever you're smoking. And at that time, if they comply, that should be the end of the encounter. Don't need to identify, don't need to show an ID. That would alleviate a lot of anxiety that you have in the working class community on that subject. Number two, there's a lot of changes that have taken place in the budget. I know right now you're very heavy with COVID. I would like to see you put on the agenda just a idea that you are going to review the budget and make amendments. Maybe reach out to the budget committee, and then the following meeting, make whatever adjustments you have to that need to be made in the budget to bring it into compliance where it is actually your spending actually is. So I would ask that you put on the agenda for next meeting that you're going to review. You'll review the budget, and then the following meeting, ask whoever you want to assist, and then the following meeting, have the recommendations made to make budget adjustments as you would do over the normal course of time now. Number three, the housing. There's one thing with the floods. A mitigation is I'd like to see the village pass a amendment to the zoning that anybody who wishes to raise their property foot for foot up to 15 feet can have that extra in the height of their building, give them that extra height in their building. So if I have a height limit and I raise my house 12 feet, I can build my house up an extra 12 feet. So I'm not turning my house from a 2-story house into a ranch style house. I think that for people who want to get out of the floodplain and afford it, there's people in the village who would like to be able to raise their house an extra 12 or 15 feet to get out of the floodplain, but can't do it because simply they'd be losing a floor. And to alleviate that problem, if you want to raise your property 15 feet, we will let you height requirement go up 15 feet. What you would do is you would help both single family, multifamily, and anybody looking to build some kind of an apartment building. That way they're out of the flood, they're above the flood. You'd actually create some parking. And then if you want to put in as part of the law, you have to do water retention, and half of underneath your building has to be impervious surface. You can add that to it. But this at least allows people who own properties in the village of Mamaroneck the opportunity to get out of the floodplain without losing significant living space.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, I'm going to send the flood committee, not the flood committee, I'm going to send the budget committee, the expense control report parameters that Augie sends out every 2 weeks. When you look at them, some of your questions will be answered, but thank you very much for your input tonight.
Yeah, I have looked at that. That's why I said there are some adjustments that need to be made.
Thank you, Augie.
Okay.
Public hearing. Public hearing, a continuation of public hearing, PLLI 2021 FEMA letter of map revision. What? She went already. I need a motion to reopen this public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second. Augie, call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Bob, do you just want to bring us up to speed on where we are with this and what this actually is and what it isn't?
Sure, Mayor. The village has received a notice from FEMA that is making a revision to the flood insurance maps for the village. And this is a proposed local law which would incorporate that amendment into the flood damage prevention, chapter 186 of the village code. The village code defines its regulation of flood areas based on the maps prepared by FEMA. And so if you look at 186.3 subdivision B, has a whole list of maps and map revisions that define the flood areas for purposes of chapter 186. So this would incorporate this map revision into the chapter 186 as the village board routinely does.
Thank you. And this has been since time immemorial, how the village has.
Well, time immemorial may be a little bit of an overstatement, but if you look at the code, the village has been doing this since 2007. Did 3 of them in 2021. So it's the usual course.
Okay. I know we did it before 2007 because I was on the board and we did it. Any questions or concerns from the board? Okay. We're in the public. I make a motion that we close the public hearing. Oh, Nora, you want to?
Yeah, I have a question. So I know that FEMA is in the process of updating our maps. What happens if it updates our map and this is different?
They'll send us another map amendment and the board will incorporate
No,
it.
I mean, but they're updating like the entire community map. I mean, it's a slow process, but
I think I can probably, Bob, because the maps were last updated in 2007. And I recall asking someone at that time about loamers, and they said if someone has a loamer, the new map should account for that. If it doesn't, they have to go through the process of reapplying for the loamer. But, you know, and I thought they were just working on the coastal zone maps, not the riverine flood maps.
well, this is coastal.
Well, it's the 2007 maps that were updated were incorporated the prior coastal maps and the new riverine maps for 2000 in 2007.
And this basically means that this property doesn't flood in the same pattern that its neighbors flood in. I mean, it seems to me like it's not a very efficient way of doing this, doing it, you know, the flooding doesn't respect property lines. It's how we do it, but it just seems like given what happened in September.
I
Wait.
Yeah, I don't know that we have any choice. I'm just saying it would be great if we could get the community updated at one time.
But just let me point out, they don't do this in a vacuum. They do this after someone has, you know, had an engineering report and a study done, and then they review that study and they decide, you know, based upon that. It isn't willy-nilly, like you just take out a permit and you automatically get it. You know, some people don't get it.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I know it's published and it was just done, they've done everything, they've published it in the newspaper, they do that, we don't have to do that.
Right. So I'll make a motion, we adopt this law. No, I'll make a motion to close this public hearing.
Second,
Or call roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Now, I'll make a motion that we adopt local law I of 2021, revision to the flood map prevention as it relates to establishing a flood zone and hazard areas.
Second,
Or we call a roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
yes,
trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. I want to thank Mr. Spolzino. He's very ill tonight, but he stayed for this because of the public hearing. And Mr. Spolzino, I hope you feel better
Thank
and
you, Mayor.
you're even. And good
Thank
luck.
you all. Good night.
take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bob.
Okay. Thank you all, and there's another law in the books. Order the bills, time limit on comment, 5 minutes. So this is, we go to 2A. Budget transfers. This is taking $3,000 from Parks Contract Services and putting $3,000 to Parks Seasonal. So it's not increasing the budget, it's just moving a little money around in the Parks department. Questions or concerns? Okay. I need a motion?
Motion to authorize?
Yes.
Second,
Okay, great. Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing budget amendment. This is taking money from the general fund, $5,284, and putting it into overtime for celebrations, and also taking $66,000 and putting it into central communications. Jerry, could you just explain, or whoever, could you explain about the $66,000 transfer?
Augie and Dan can do that. I can do the overtime if there's questions.
Yes, Jerry. In Central Communication, Mayor, we went with a new contractor to switch over from LightPad to Horizon. All of the contracts, services have now completely been switched over. At the end of this month, they effectively will be. This is to fund the additional services that we're paying for LightPad through the first half of the year.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns from the board? Okay, I'll make the motion to adopt this resolution.
Well, he was going to mention about the overtime.
They said if there were questions. Anybody have any? Jerry, why don't you explain the overtime?
So on the overtime, Parks Department was a little long on the overtime because we built a lot of new props for our Christmas spectacular in-house. We probably saved ourselves $15,000 by building them in-house. We also had a very successful turkey trot this year where we needed to make sure that everything was spruced up. And so that's where the overtime was.
Jerry, did the turkey trot have a net surplus or a net deficit?
I don't know. I don't recall offhand. I'll check for you and get back to you tomorrow. I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure he said it had a surplus.
I think it was a surplus.
I
Tom,
don't-
you're on mute.
Yeah, Jason sent out an email about it,
I don't remember exactly. So
Yeah.
I'll look at the emails.
but I know we were in the black.
Good.
All right, I made the motion. I need a second.
Second,
All right, Augie, call.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Easy Pass resolution. Jerry, you want to explain this quickly?
So we're redoing our Easy Pass application due to some issues at Public Works. In the leadership positions, we were, our Easy Pass canceled out because we only had one person getting the emails. We've since tried to correct that. And so we're redoing it now, and we're looking at it more comprehensively. And to make sure that we have our Easy Pass, because right now we are paying by mail, and that's causing all sorts of issues. And I explained to the board some of the changes that we're making and that we plan on making with the Easy Pass.
Okay, any questions or concerns?
No.
Someone want to make a motion?
so moved. Easy Pass is great.
Second,
Okay. Lou is really just filling right in to Kelly's job of motion second along with Dora.
Good.
Augie, call roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes. All right. Abstract of audited vouchers. And tonight's total in front of us is, pardon me, for not being ready, $487,995.58. Questions or concerns from the board? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
There you go. Augie, call, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. Old business, we're holding off on that. Resolution adopting corrected Board of Trustees meeting calendar. Have you all had a chance to peruse the meeting calendar for next year?
Yep.
Any questions or concerns? Okay, need a motion?
Motion to adopt?
Motion to
so
adopt.
moved.
Are you second or Lou made the motion?
Second,
Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
DeFour,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, resolution, execution of NICE information recording, information recording contract for the police department. This is very important equipment for the police department, so they record all their police radio transmissions, record all the phone calls to the police headquarters, record 911 calls, and then categorize them. And it is an essential part of police work these days. Any questions or concerns? We talked about this in work session. Okay, Glenn has his hand up. I got it. Yeah, good at this. But did you take the power away from you? You took the power?
Yes. I saw that we also got a grant for the body cameras. Does this vendor also offer cloud storage that we're going to need once we start to incorporate the body cameras with the police department? Thank you.
I think that we have our own servers, and I think that we have an IT person in the police department that just handles that. Would that be a correct answer?
That's correct.
That's correct. Thank you, Glenn. Resolution authorizing extension of no parking zone on Heathcote Avenue.
You gonna put this?
Well,
We haven't voted yet.
you haven't voted yet?
No.
I'm sorry, my bad. I'll make the motion.
Second,
No second. Call it.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes,
Lucas,
yes,
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing extension of no parking on Heathcote. This was recommended to us by the fire department, by the sanitation crews, by the neighbors, and by the traffic committee. This just extends the no parking from 20 feet from Prospect Avenue on Heathcote going north to 150 feet. And if you ever drive down that street,
Yeah.
it actually should not be a two-way street. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it is a two-way street, but it's very narrow. And if there's cars parked on both sides, it's very hard for anybody to get through. Any questions or concerns? Okay, so this resolution would rescind the current code and add the new code of 150 feet. Someone want to make that motion?
Move to authorize?
second,
Okay, Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
yes,
Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. This is along the same lines, but on Claflin Avenue. This is on the east side of Claflin Avenue, from Rushmore Avenue to a point 375 feet up the street on Claflin, whereas opposed to now, it's 195 feet. So it's basically adding 180 feet to the no parking, no stopping, to no stopping amendment. Questions or concerns?
this is the one that did not go to the traffic commission, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I believe it, I don't believe that there's a problem with it, but I think it should go to the traffic commission for their review as well before we act.
Okay. Any other comments?
Move to authorize?
Move the second. Will you please?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
No,
Trustee Lucas,
yes,
Trustee Lepore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Mhm. Item 4E. Authorizations of resolutions to accepting donations from the Marine Education Center for Touch Tank and Harbor Island Park. And we have a voluminous list tonight, and I will read off the generous folks who have donated a lot of money to the Marine Education Center. Samuel and Laura Hines, $525. Allison Stabile, $700. Peggy Jackson, $60. Henry Davis, $175. Bradenson Goldberg, $200. Kevin Lorna, $200. Rafferty Family Private Foundation, $1,000. Helen Rafferty, $100. Graham and Megan Guda, $220. Steve Otis, our state assemblyman, $120. Jason Escaro, $120. Ann Scala, $200. Alexander Ladd Horn, $100. John O'Sullivan and Colleen Galvin, two nice Irish names, $100. Peter Egley, $100. Victor Pasav, $100. Catherine and Michael McManus, $1,000. And John Cuddy and Nina Rescio, $50. And that they raised a lot of money for the Marine Education Center. We want to thank them. And I always like to give them a plug. If you have small children, they would really get a kick out of it. And even if you don't have small children, it's a great place to visit and to spend some time and learn a little bit about the Long Island Sound and the nature that surrounds us therein. So I'll happily make a motion to accept those donations.
Second,
Glenn has his hand up. Glenn, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. Are they now raising money for a touch tank, or are they raising money for the saltwater fish tank? Because I thought they had gotten the touch tank already.
No, they're raising money for the touch tank. That's what it says here.
Okay, and how much money have they raised, and how much money do they have left to get the touch tank?
I don't know.
Okay, just to let the people out there to encourage, and let's get her done. Okay, bye.
Okay.
roll call.
Yeah, we had a,
You
Okay.
we already seconded, yes.
Trustees Young,
Yes,
Natchez,
Yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes, thanks.
Mayor Murphy.
aye. Next is a resolution authorizing an amendment to an IMA with Westchester County for bus shelters. The Village of Mamaroneck has 9 bus shelters that are put up in conjunction with Westchester County, which operates the Beeline bus services. I think when I was with the town of Mamaroneck, we were getting $1,000 per shelter. And I know that because I advocated to get a new shelter on the corner of Rich Bell and Palmer, because I got sick of seeing my neighbors waiting in the rain. But this brings in income for the village, and it brings shelter to the many people who both work and live in this community who don't have cars and have to avail themselves of mass transportation. So I just want to comment that while we're approving this, I think that we should look for more opportunities, and there are. I could think of bus stops in a few areas that could use a shelter. And it bring in money for the community, and it would be better for the folks who use those buses. But that being said, this resolution before us is for the 9 bus shelters that the Village of Mamaroneck currently has.
Thank you.
Any questions or concerns?
So moved.
Nora made the motion.
Oh, well, second,
Call the roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution authorizing supplemental appropriation for dock replacement phase 2. If any of you down in Harbor this summer, you saw a lot of new docks, especially in the East Basin. They're going to be doing more work in the spring. The docks look great. You know, they had needed an overhaul for a long, long time. And this is funding to fund the second phase. Some of the materials cost more because, you know, just materials for any kind of construction have gone up because of supply issues. Jerry, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Mayor, it was very successful last year. That's why we want to do it again. I do commend the staff for willing to do work in-house. We really appreciate that, and I know we're saving a lot of money.
Yeah, but both the parks and the harbor master have really done a lot of work in-house in the last couple of years. Any questions, concerns from the board? Okay. I'll make the motion to adopt this.
Second,
I'd like to, I had my hand up, Tom, but I'd like to amend the motion to add a resolved at the end that all work be done in accordance with all regulatory requirements, including specifically ADA.
Okay, I don't hear a second. So I'll make a motion on the original resolution.
second,
Or we call roll.
Trustee Young,
yes.
trustee Natchez,
No,
trustee Lucas,
Yes,
trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. The next item is item H, to add an item to the agenda.
so moved.
Second,
Second. Or we call roll.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes,
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Norm, having a brain freeze. What was
Oh,
the,
we're adding the, we're scheduling a public hearing on the law to modify to expand the residency requirement.
thank you very much. I had like a total brain freeze there. So I need a motion to schedule a public hearing that we're gonna put on the agenda to schedule a public hearing to expand the residency requirements for certain officers in the village of Amerenik. The backup is on the work session.
Mhm.
So you want to make the public hearing last meeting in the month, because I think this is time sensitive,
January 24th.
January 24th.
So moved,
I'll make that motion to schedule that public hearing for January 24th.
Who did?
I did? Okay, I just went, I better.
I thought I did.
Oh, Lou did? I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay,
Second,
so it's motion and seconded?
Yes.
Call.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
abstain, I have no information on it.
trustee Lucas,
Yes,
trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Communication to the board, round two. Okay,
oh, there's one.
what's up, Len? Unmute yourself, Len.
I'm back. Just a couple of things. Again, during the work session, there was a lot of discussion about affordable housing. Once you get more into the deeper into what you're looking to do, I wish that you would start to refer to a actual cash range as opposed to a percentage rate, percentage numbers of what the medium income is, because nobody knows what that is. I would, I'd rather, you turn around and tell people this is what it actually means when it comes down to dollars, who's eligible and what money range you're looking at, both rent and subsidy. Lastly, just to touch again on the subject of the budget, there's nothing crazy about the budget. It's just that there's a lot of categories that are over in the budget. There's a lot of categories that are going to be coming in under in the budget. And it just needs to be adjusted to reflect what the actual revenues and expenses are. For example, we're over $57,000 on our police details. On the other side of it, we're 97% of the overtime that we would give the police officers. Therefore, you'd probably have to adjust $100,000 to each side. It's revenue neutral, but it reflects what the actual revenues are from the police details, because we're sending out a lot of police details, and it reflects the overtime. This is the only thing I'm saying, that just look through the budget, then make, recommendations. That way, as you go into the new budget season, you actually have numbers that reflect what the actual spending and revenue and expenses were for this year. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everybody.
I understand that, but I want to point out, this is something Augie Fusco and the Treasurer's Department do for us every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks they update. So it's not like we're not looking at it. It's not like.
Oh, no. I know it's updated. All I'm saying is the actual numbers at some point have to be adjusted to reflect that. That's all I'm saying, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Report from the village manager.
Mayor, 2 items for the record. One of them is the 4th of July fireworks contract. The other is the clean vessels, let me get it right, clean vessel grant agreement that we received. Nothing else.
Okay, Mr. Clerk Treasurer.
Mayor, I have nothing to report. I just want to add, every 2 weeks, we report to the village manager all the accounts that are over budget or under budget. And per his guidance, we make adjustments to that.
I know.
And we will show it to the board. We also present the monthly financial statement to the board that analyzes all the accounts and variance analysis as well.
I know.
But Jerry is in the loop on everything that goes on.
And as is the board.
Okay.
And I appreciate that.
You know what? And I want to say thank you, because it's a big change. It's very helpful, and it's appreciated.
I
It
agree.
wasn't always done that way.
Good. I agree. You're right.
Report from the village attorney. I'll do it. Filing of LL6 2021 opt out of cannabis. Minutes, board commissions and committees. Minutes of the Board of Trustees session of the organizational meeting of December 6th, work session, regular meeting of December 13th, and an AP minor items meeting of December 27th, 2021. And Sally, thank you for being so timely with the board minutes.
You're welcome, Mayor.
You're welcome. Euclid. Minutes of the planning board meeting of November 10th, 2021. Minutes of the ad hoc ethics review committee meeting of December 2nd, 2021. And the minutes of the arts council meeting of December 7th, 2021. Okay, that brings us to the end of the show tonight. Thank you all. And I hope you all have a pleasant next couple of weeks. The next time you see me, I will definitely be a grandfather for the second time. Bravo. Good things that happen in 2022. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning?
All right.
Good night,
Aye.
everybody.
Good night.
Right.